Three, two, three. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. Test.
Test mic 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Hello, hello from YouTube. Hello.
Good morning, speakers and participants. My name is Umira Malik, and I am your Master of Ceremony for today. We welcome all attendees to the International Student Colloquium on Disable and Inclusion. Attention to all participants. There are some friendly reminders that I would like to inform before our colloquium begins. You are reminded to remain calm throughout the program. Participants are also reminded to maintain good manners and comment section throughout the program. Participants are encouraged to type in any question for our panel during the session. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Greetings to Dr. Technologist Dr. Rosinda alias Director of UITM Disability Services Unit, Konsada Julana Saadun, Coordinator of Development, Training and Entrepreneurship UPO UITM, our panel, Mrs. Chao Tingting, Human University of Humanities, Science and Technology China, Mrs. Sheila Mary Pabilona Abad, Lourdes College, Cagayan de Oro City, Philippines, Dr. Iqmal Hisham Matta, University of Technology Mara, committees and all participants of International Student Colloquium on Disability and Inclusion. Our program will now continue with the singing of National Anthem Negaraku. Now, I welcome Mr. Akmal Zahiruddin to recite the dua before we start our program for today. Please welcome.
الفاتحة. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, we embark upon this sacred gathering, seeking His guidance and abundant blessings. In this blessed gathering, we invoke the name of Allah, the compassionate and merciful, seeking His divine guidance and boundless blessings. O Allah, the bestower of wisdom and understanding, grant us the clarity to navigate through the proceedings of this program with sincerity and purpose. We beseech you, O most generous, to envelop this gathering with your blessings, making it a source of inspiration and benefit for all participants. May the discussions and interactions contribute to knowledge, unity, and positive change. O Allah, open our hearts to understand the depths of challenges faced by individuals with disabilities and inspire us to contribute to creating an inclusive environment for all. As we embark on this intellectual journey, we seek your guidance in fostering mutual respect and understanding. Grant us the wisdom to embrace diversity, acknowledging the unique strengths each individual brings to the table. As we engage in discussions, let the language of compassion and empathy guide our words and actions. We place our trust in you, O Allah, recognizing that true success comes from reliance on your infinite wisdom and mercy. May this program be a beacon of knowledge and understanding, and this colloquium resonates with positive change and contributes to a more inclusive and compassionate world. Amin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to inform you that this session will be joined by a sign language interpreter Mr. Muhammad Hanafi bin Ismail, and Mr. Muhammad Amshah bin Zamani to translate our colloquium for today. Now, I welcome technologist Dr. Roslinda Alias, Director of UITM Disability Services Unit, to give her inauguration speech. We warmly welcome you to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Umira, our Miss Chair Lady. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers and participants, a very good morning to all of you. I am deeply honored and delighted to stand before you today as we embark on a remarkable journey of knowledge, empowerment, and collaboration at the International Student Colloquium on Disability Inclusion, ISCDI 2023. Today, we come together not only as representatives of our respective nations, but as advocates for inclusivity, champions of diversity, and believers in the transformative power of education. Our gathering marks a significant step towards fostering an inclusive environment in higher education, where the voices of disabled persons are not only heard but also celebrated. For your information, this program is in conjunction of the UITM Disabled Month Celebration 2023, and most important, it is organized by our disabled students via UITM Inspirational and Inclusion Club, UIIC. Congratulations all. Our colloquium serves as a discussion platform for both disabled and non-disabled students to exchange opinions, views with experts from the international level. It is through these exchanges we can foster understanding, break down barriers, and collectively work towards a more inclusive world. Moreover, we aspire to challenge the leadership abilities of our disabled students within our university. Our vision is to cultivate mature leaders capable of spearheading reforms in various fields. By providing a platform for dialogue and learning, we aim to empower these persons to become agents of change, contributing to a society where abilities, not disabilities, defines one's potential. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all participants, speakers, and organizers for your commitment to this noble cause. Together, let us mark on this journey of learning, collaboration, and empowerment. May ISCDI 2023 be a beacon of inspiration and a catalyst for a positive change in the realm of disability and inclusion. Thank you very much and congratulations and all the best for everybody. Bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, dah. Dah kan? Thank you, technologist Dr. Roslinda, for the heartwarming speech just now. Before we start, I would like to call upon all speakers, Dr. Roslinda Alias, Puan Juliana Saadia from UITM Disability Services Unit for a photography session. Okay, if you're ready, then let's take a picture. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's start off our colloquium this morning with our first session with our topic on inclusive education practices in China by Mrs. Chow Ting Ting. I will pass this stage to our moderator, Ms. Munira. Hello, Munira.
Hello, Miss Umira. How are you today?
Thank you. I'm good. The stage is all yours, Munira.
Thank you. All right, everyone, are you ready for our first session for today's colloquium? Introducing Mrs. Chow Ting Ting, a lecturer in preschool education at the School of Education, Hunan University of Humanity, Science and Technology of China. She specialized in preschool inclusive education and early childhood education, a senior nursery teacher as well as a psychological counselor. Looking at her academic background, she has obtained a bachelor's degree and master's degree from Hunan Normal University, majoring in preschool education. She has 6 years of working experience in special education schools and 8 years of university teaching experience teaching pre-education undergraduate students. And currently, Mrs. Chow is studying for a PhD in Inclusive Education at University Technology Mara UITM. The topic of the discourse today will be on the inclusive education practices in China. Inclusive education is a global movement that aims to provide equal opportunities and quality education for all children, regardless of their abilities, backgrounds, or circumstances. However, the challenges and problems in China might be different than what we are facing in Malaysia, as China has a long history and a unique culture context. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Chow Ting Ting. Hello, Mrs. Chow. How are you today? Mrs. Chow, I think your microphone is muted. Maybe you should turn on your microphone.
Hello. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you,
Hello, Mrs. Chow. All right.
I'm fine.
I am looking forward to hearing your views and engaging in a lively and fruitful discussion. So, Mrs. Shah, are you ready for my first question?
Yeah.
All right, Mrs. Shah. What are the key inclusive education policies in China, and how have they evolved over the years to promote equal access to quality education for students with disability? Please, Mrs. Shah.
Wait for a moment. Hmm. 我怎么打开 PPT 呀？Can I speak Mandarin?
Mrs. Shah, is everything okay?
Yeah, I want to open my PowerPoint, but some problems. Wait for a moment.
I hope that our technical team can assist in sharing PowerPoint slides by Mrs. Chow.
Hi everybody. I'm Akmal, and so Miss Chow Ting Ting is hoping that she can present her slide.
Can you see my screen?
Okay, yes, now we can.
Okay. Can I speak Chinese?
Mrs. Chow, I hope that we can mix our language, English and also Mandarin. We have a Chinese Mandarin interpreter here with us.
Okay, thank you. 亲爱的各位专家、教授、同学们，大家上午好。
Good morning, everybody.
我是来自中国湖南人文科技学院的曹婷婷。
I am Miss Chow Ting Ting from Human University of Humanities, China.
非常高兴能跟大家分享 中国的全纳教育。
I am very excited to share with you about the disabled students in tertiary education at China.
今天我分享的主题主要聚焦，就是残疾学生在高等教育中从中国的一个视角来给大家分享。
So, as you can see on the screen, today I will talk about the disabled students in tertiary education in China perspectives.
我将从7个方面跟大家分享，一个是残疾人高等教育的发展历程，残疾人高等教育的招生现状，以及残疾人高等教育目前的一个专业设置现状。还有我们的办学模式，以及目前在中国高等教育的这个师资情况、就业情况，以及我自己认为对残疾人高等教育未来发展的方向的一个看法。
So today I will present to you about 7 contents. The first one is the development of history of disabled students in tertiary education. Second, current situation of higher education enrollment for persons with disabilities. The third one, the current situation of professional establishment of higher education for persons with disabilities. Number 4, higher education model for persons with disabilities. Number 5, current situation of higher education teachers for persons with disabilities. Number 6, employment status of disabled graduates. And lastly, number 7, the future development direction of higher education persons with disabilities.
首先，我们来看一下，中国残疾人高等教育的发展历程。
First thing first, we will look at the development history of disabled students in tertiary education in China.
我主要是查阅了中国的一些关于残疾人高等教育的法律法规。我们发现呢，就是在中国残疾人的高等教育主要经历了3个时期。第一个时期呢，就是这个创立期，从这个新中国的成立初期，就是1949年到20世纪80年代初。第二个时期呢，就是一个发展时期，是20世纪80年代初到90年代末。第3个时期呢，就是完善时期，就是21世纪到现在为止。
Before that, Miss, I think you can change the slide to the fifth slide, I think.
What?
I think you can change your slide.
Change my slide.
Yes, because now we still look at your first slide. Yes.
Can you see?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
And can you make it full screen, the presentation?
Can you see the developed history of disabled people in tertiary education in my country?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Can you make the presentation full screen?
OK，在中国残疾人的高等教育呢，经历了3个时期。第一个是创立期，从新中国成立初期到20世纪80年代初。第二个时期呢是发展时期，从20世纪80年代初到90年代末。第3个呢是完善时期，从21世纪直到今天。
So as you can see from this slide, Ms. Chao Ting is presenting about her country in development history of disabled people in tertiary education. So we can divide it to 3 phases, which is the first one is the founding period from the early days of the founding of New China to the early 1980s. And for the second period, which is the development period, it is from early 1980s to late 1990s. And the last period is perfection period, which is from early 21st century to present, which is right now.
OK， The funding period，在这一个时期呢，我们会发现，只有一些这个法律法规然后呢，主要是开始对这个高等人的残疾教育这个残疾人的高等教育开始呢有了一个起步阶段，比如说这个1951年的这个关于改革学制的决定和1956年和1957年的这个，虽然这一个时期呢没有关于这个特殊群体接受高等教育的一些法律法规，但是呢，对残疾人受教育权进行专门的立法和残疾人高等教育事业的发展是奠定了一个基础的。
So for this founding period, as we all know, the founding period is the beginning of the development for this education, tertiary education. So although there was no legislation regarding higher education for special groups during this period, however, special legislation on the right of persons with disabilities to receive education laid the foundation for the development of higher education for persons with disabilities.
第二个时期是发展期然后呢，从20世纪80年代初到90年代，我们从这个表格里面就看到，在这一个时期呢，这些文件就开始越来越多了，然后呢，这一个时期的这个法律法规呢，就开始正式的提及残疾人享有跟其他公民一样的受教育权。然后在这个残疾人教育条例1994年这个当中呢，就明确的规定了残疾人普通高级中学以上教育以及成人教育，并且呢提倡开设这个远程教育。那么这一些法律法规我没有一一的就是跟大家去说那么这一些法律文件呢，它的一个出台都表明了残疾人的高等受教育权越来越受到中国的党和国家的重视。总之呢，在这一个时期自1982年宪法颁布以来，我国残疾人教育方面的立法正在迅速的发展。
So before this is about the founding period. Now for the second period is we are talking about the development period, which is from early 1980s to late 1990s. As you, during this period, there are more documents that is published due to the acceptance of people in China about this tertiary education for disabilities. The promulgation of these legal documents show that the right of persons with disabilities to higher education is increasing, valued by the party and the state of China itself. In short, at this stage, since the promulgation and implementation of the Constitution in 1982, Ms. Xiao Tingting's country, which is China, legislation on education of persons with disabilities is developing rapidly.
好，第三个时期呢是完善期就是从21世纪至今那这一个时期呢，我们看到我们中国的这个法律法规会越来越多，而且越来越细化。他们从这个残疾人的这个受教育权到这个无障碍的环境建设条例，以及到我们的这个特殊教育的这个提升行动计划等等那么这一些文件呢，都标志着我们中国越来越重视残疾人的高等教育，尤其是在最新的这个2022年这个“14+5”特殊教育发展提升行动计划当中，明确的强调了要加强高校特殊教育学院的建设，增设适合残疾学生就读的相关专业，完善残疾学生就读普通高校的措施，支持普通高校、开放学校、成人高校等面向残疾人开展继续教育，完善残疾人终身学习的通道。这一时期说明中国的残疾人高等教育已经进入到了一个比较完善的阶段。
For the last period, which is the perfection period for this type of education, we finally get to a consensus, which is everybody can accept this type of tertiary education for disabilities, and so far making it that a lot of publishers like to publish more documents or article regarding about tertiary education for disabled students.
OK，我们来到第2部分哈，这个中国残疾人高等教育招生的现状。好，那我们首先来看一下中国残疾人的总人数啊。根据中国国家的统计局发布的数据啊，截止到2023年呢，中国残疾人总人数为8591.4万人，占总人口的1.16%，其中呢，视力残疾人最多，达到了2856.5万人。听力残疾的人呢次之，达到了21730.2万人，肢体残疾有1735.5万人，智力残疾人为1449.9万人，精神残疾有376.3万人，多重残疾呢0.9万人。
Miss，对不起，但是你可以把你的那个 screen full screen 吗？
什么？
把你的那个 presentation slide 把它 full screen。
Full screen？
全屏
全屏吗？
然后把它放大它。
可以吗？ It's OK？
现在我们在对的 slide， 然后现在我们要把这个 slide 放大它，可以吗？
我已经放大了，你那边能看到吗？
我们看不到哦，还是普通的 size。
就是这样子的 size 吗？你们看到的是？
在那个左边下面那边，你有看到那个橙色吗？橙色 button。右边，对不起。
这里。
你可以按它吗？
It's OK？ 可以了吗？
可以。
我看了。
你已经按那个橙色 button 了哈？
对，我已经按了。
然后现在你看到是什么 ？Full screen 吗？
对 ，I can see the full screen。
OK，
可以了。
不用紧吧，我们再继续吧。
你们不能看到全屏吗？
我们不能看到全体，但是我们可以看你的 slide。但是当你换你的 slide 去下一个 slide， 我们就看不到了。
看的是这样
啊。不用紧吧，我再继续先吧。
那现在你是看到我这个不是全屏的吗？
不是，但是这个更好，比较大。我先解释吧。
OK，Thank you.
Okay. So everybody, let's continue from what Miss Chow Ting Ting just said earlier. Sorry for the technicalities problem. Okay, so the total number of we are talking about the total number of disabled people in China right now. So, according to data released by the National Bureau of Statistics, as of 2023, the total number of disabled people in China is 85.914 million, accounting for 6.16% of the total population. Among this amount of people, the largest number of people with visual disabilities were 28.565 million people, following by hearing disabilities with 21.732 million people, 17.355 million people with physical disabilities, 14.499 million people with intellectual disabilities, 3.763 million people with mental disabilities, and lastly, 9,000 people with multiple disabilities.
OK，那么我们再来看一下，我们近十年来哈，从2012年到2021年，残疾人高等教育的这个录取情况，就是接受高等教育的一个情况。那么我们从这个表格当中，我们可以看出来哈，这个2012年呢，我们这个被普通高校录取的残疾学生呢，只有7229人。那么到了2021年呢，我们的这个学生就达到了14559人，这个是在普通高等院校。那么还有一种呢，就是在高等特殊教育学院残疾人的一个录取情况。我们也看到，从2012年到这个21年呢，也呈现出一个逐年上升的趋势。那么2021年哈，普通高校录取的人数呢，总共有444.6万人，其中残疾人呢，全部加起来有16861人，但是只占了中国高等教育本科录取的0.37%哈，与我们残疾人的这个占比是有一点点距离的。
So let's discuss about the duration between 2012 until 2021 regarding the admission status of higher education for persons with disabilities. In 2021, 4.446 million people were admitted to ordinary colleges and universities, including 16,861 people with disabilities, accounting for only 0.37% of the total number of undergraduate admissions to higher education nationwide, which is far behind the 6.16% number of people with disabilities.
接下来我们就看一下这个残疾考生哈，其实每年报考的人数就是或者说达到录取线的这个人数，要比实际录取的这个人数呢，就是要多一些那么从这一个表格当中呢，我们可以看出来2018年到2021年哈，残疾考生录取的一个情况，就是即使他们达到了高考录取分数线，但是呢，仍然有不少残疾学生呢不能够被录取，而且我们会发现，从2018年到2021年，这个录取的率录取的情况呢，有呈现一个下降的趋势。
So, even though many people with disabilities have reached the college entrance examination admission score, many people with disabilities have not been admitted, and the admission rate is on a downward trend. As we can see from 2018 to 2021, the admission rate is a downward trend, which is very worrying.
那这个呢，就是高等教育阶段各类残疾考生他们的一个情况哈。那我们就以2021年高校招收的残疾学生为例，中国高校招收的这个残疾学生呢，主要是这个听力残疾、视力残疾和肢体残疾这3类学生哈。那么其他类型，比如说这个言语残疾，然后智力残疾和精神障碍类的这种学生呢，他们接受高等教育的机会就比较少而且呢，不同残疾类别的这个残疾学生接受教育的人数占比也有差异肢体残疾的学生呢，就是占比超过了50%那么精神残疾、言语残疾和多重障碍残疾呢，他们只占总录取率的16%点多。
Taking the disabled students enrolled in colleges and universities in 2021 as an example, the disabled students enrolled in colleges and universities across the country are mainly students with hearing disabilities, visual disabilities, and physical disabilities. Students with other types of disabilities have fewer opportunities to receive higher education. The proportion of students with disabilities receiving education varies greatly among different disability categories. the hearing disability student is about 13%, for about 19.53%, while for visual disabilities is about 13%, and the other is about 16.27%. The proportion of students with disabilities receiving education varies greatly among different disability categories. Students with physical disabilities account for more than 50%, while students with other types of disabilities such as mental disabilities, speech disabilities, and multiple disabilities only account for 16% of the total number of students with disabilities admitted.
好，那这里呢就是要介绍一所学校哈，就是中国的南京特殊教育师范学院。他们呢从2017年开始呢就接收这个轻度的精神残疾障碍的学生，主要是自闭症的学生哈。那么他们呢就是融合教育的形式，就是就读于本科。这一个学校呢是我国单独招收这个轻度精神残障生的一个学校，而且呢，它每年只招收一个指标啊，主要进入到普通班进行融合教育。
So today I would like to introduce to you all with about this one school, which is Nanjing Special Education Normal University, which is in China, has begun to recruit students with mild mental disabilities, which have the autism certificate since 2017, so that they can study in the major of educational technology or computer science and technology in the form of integrated education. This school is the first university in China to independently recruit such students with disabilities. And fun fact is, only one student is recruited each year and inserted into the regular class for integrated education.
好，那接下来我们来看第3部分哈，就是这个中国残疾人高等教育目前在高校里面专业的一个设置情况。
So next, let's look at the third section, which is the current situation of higher education majors in disabled persons in China.
从这一个表格我们可以看出来哈，就是我们中国残疾人高等学校的这个专业设置的一个情况呢，主要是针对这个视力残疾的学生、听力残疾的学生、肢体残疾和精神障碍类的这个残疾的学生哈。那么还有这个多重障碍和智力残疾的专业设置呢，暂时没有看到这些参考文献。那我们从这些专业的设置来看哈，就是主要是设置符合残疾学生这个学习特点的一些专业，比如说像针对这个视力残疾的学生，我们就设置一些触摸性比较强、实践性比较强和声音敏感的专业，比如说像这个针灸啊、按摩啊这些专业。那么听力残疾的学生呢，我们就设置一些操作性比较强的专业，主要是艺术设计类的专业，像广告设计啊、服装设计啊、动画设计啊等等。那么轻度这个精神障碍的残疾哈，他们呢主要是学习这个计算机科学与技术和这个教育技术学的一个专业。关于肢体残疾的学生呢，因为他们就是智力可能没有什么影响哈，只要在他们身体允许的条件下，专业其实是没有太多的一个限制的。总的来说呢，就是我们的专业设置哈还是比较的单一，那么残疾学生的这个选择面是比较窄的。
So the establishment of majors in colleges and universities for persons with disabilities in China. So we all know that there are different types of disabilities. We have hearing disabilities, visual disabilities, and many more. So with different kind of disability types, these colleges and universities must have adapt with this situation and try to come up with professional settings that can imply for the disabled education. The professional setting of Chinese colleges and universities for persons with disabilities is mainly aimed at mental disability. There are also professional settings for multiple disabilities and intellectual disabilities. Ms. Shortington said that she has not seen these references for the time being, but from the perspective of the professional settings, it is mainly to set up some measures that meet the learning characteristics of disabled students, such as for massage, and these professions are so hard of studying computer science and technology and trading technology as a major for students with physical disabilities. Because they are here, there is no possibility that there will be no issue for them to study this type of majors. It is still relatively simple, so the choices for students with disabilities are relatively narrow.
好，这个呢就是统计到2019年哈，然后呢，中国招收这个残疾人的一些高校啊，一共呢有22所这个大学哈。那么培养的层次呢，就是有专科、本科，实际上呢也有一些就是研究生哈。那么开设的专业呢，已经有多达了30多个啊。那么参加这个单招的高等教育院校哈，独立本科层次的学校呢有8所，占36.4%啊。那么独立的专科层次办学的高校呢就有11所哈，占50%。本科兼专科层次的就有3所，占13.6%。
So as you guys can see from this screen, this is the statistics until 2019. Then there are some efficiencies in recruiting disabled people in China. There are 22 universities in total. As for the level of training, there are junior colleges and undergraduates. In fact, there are also some other graduate students. There are already more than 30 majors. As for the independent undergraduate level schools participating in the single entry higher education institution, there are 8 of it, accounting for 36%, and 3 of them account for 16.3%.
OK 那我们来看一下这个招生的这个教育层级哈，从这个表我们可以看出来，就是越来越多的高校啊会招收这个残疾的学生啊，那么残疾学生呢进入到高等院校学习的人数呢也逐年的这个增长哈，我们从这个2019年的22000多到2021年的25000多。他们的受教育的层次呢，也逐渐的提高，从专科、本科到这个研究生哈，这个研究生呢，包括这个硕士和博士阶段都有，但是我们国家的这个残疾人受高等教育呢，主要集中于这个本科和专科，研究生层次的招生相对来说较少一点。
Then, let's take a look at the education level of enrollment. From this table, we can see that more and more high-efficiency schools will recruit students with disabilities. As for students with disabilities, the number of students entering higher level studies is also increasing year by year. With this growth, we have gone from more than 22,000 in 2019 to more than 25,000 in 2021. Their education level has also gradually improved from junior college to graduate school, including master's level. However, the higher education for disabled people in our country, which is China, is mainly concentrated at the undergraduate and postgraduate levels, and enrollment is relatively small.
好，那我们可以简单的看一下这个2018年哈，这是我们国家这个高等教育院校招生计划排名前10的一个统计图，其中呢就是这个山东特殊教育职业学院呢，它是招生人数最多的一所高校。
Let's take an example from 2018. We can simply take a look at the statistical chart of the top 10 enrollment plans of higher education institutions in our country in 2018. Among them is the Shandong Special Education Vocational College, which has the largest enrollment, about 389 students.
这个是在专业设置方面哈，同样是以2018年为例，那我们会发现这个设计类的专业啊，在高等这个特殊教育的院校呢，就是招的最多哈。那么这里呢，据统计，就是有21所高校会招生这个残疾学生啊，来学习这个艺术设计专业啊。那么排名第二最多的呢，就是这个计算机应用技术专业啊，其次就是视觉传达设计专业和针灸推拿学专业啊，他们呢就是也招收的人数较多。
So, there are the most higher special education colleges majoring in design, with 21, followed by computer application technology, acupuncture and massage, visual communication design, music performance and e-commerce, with 11, 7, and 6 schools respectively. 5 institutes.
好，那接下来呢，我们了解一下中国残疾人高等教育的办学模式。
Now, let's take a look at the fourth section, which is the model of disabled students in tertiary education in China.
首先呢，我们来看一下这个高等教育这个残疾学生哈，他的一个入学考试，它其实是主要是通过这个统招啊，就是参加普通高考啊，然后呢还有参加这个单独的这个入学考试啊。另外一条途径呢，就是普通高考和这个单独的这个考试呢相结合的方式，有3条途径，我们可以进入到这个中国的这个高校哈，3种考试形式。那么呢，我们会进入到2类学校，第一类呢就是我们之前讲的这个普通的高校那么普通的这个院校呢，就是我们的残疾学生进入以后呢，就在这里面进行这个全纳教育那么另一类呢，就是独立的这个特殊教育学院在这个普通高校里面哈，其实还有一类呢，就是独立的这个特殊教育学院他们也是我们招生的一个方式。那么这里呢，我们看到会有一些虚线的部分哈，虚线的部分呢，就是考试制度没有正式形成，但是我们已经在这么做了。
First of all, there is mainly through this bucket list, taking the general college entrance examination, and then there is also the separate entrance examination. Another way is to take the general college entrance examination, a separate examination, and there are 3 ways to combine it. There are 3 ways that we can enter this Chinese university based on exams. Then, we will enter 2 types of school. The first type is the ordinary and efficient one we talked about before. What about the ordinary colleges and universities? After our disabled students enter, it will be an independent special education college. There is actually another category in ordinary colleges and universities, which is the independent special education college. They are also one of our enrollment methods. So here, we see that there will be some dotted lines. The dotted lines are there is no real schedule for the exam system, but we are already doing it.
那我们现在的这个办学模式哈，那么第一种呢，就是我们刚刚介绍过的参加这个普通高考，进入到普通高校进行全纳教育，或者呢在普通高校内他们设立的这个特殊教育学院去就读，这是第一种办学模式哈。第二种办学模式呢，我们就是通过单招这个单招呢，就是为残疾人专门设置的一个特殊教育特殊高等教育的招生考试，为残疾人呢专门设置这个特殊高等教育的考试哈，进入到这种单独的特殊教育学院里面学习那么第3种办学模式呢，就是独立设置的残疾人中等职业学校，他们开始与成人高校进行合作办学举办这种大专班招收残疾学生 那么第4种呢，就是其实是继续教育哈，通过国家认可的这个业余大学、业大、广播电视大学、自学考试、远程教育等方式呢，学习高等教育的课程。经过考核成绩合格者，他们就可以取得大专和本科的学历。
As for China current school running model, the first one is to take the ordinary college entrance examination that we just introduced and enter ordinary colleges and universities for comprehensive education. Or within ordinary colleges and universities, they can study in the special education college they have established. It is the first type of class learning model. They use single enrollment. This single enrollment is a special education, higher education, specially set up for non-disabled people. The admission examination of special higher education is specially set up for disabled people. It is good to set up this special higher education examination specifically. If you study in a separate special education college, the third class model is the independently set up secondary vocational school for the disabled. They have begun to cooperate with adult colleges and universities, and they hold such junior college classes to recruit disabled students. Well, it is actually continuing education. Through the state-recognized amateur university education, self-study examinations in broadcasting, television, distance education, and other methods, you can study higher education courses. After passing the assessment, those who pass the exam can obtain junior college and undergraduate degrees.
好，接下来我们了解一下，中国残疾大学生他们的人才培养方面的一些现状哈。那么目前呢，我们国家在4个方面做了一些工作第一个呢，就是在这个残疾大学生的人才培养模式方面我们采取3种培养模式，一种呢是完全融合的模式比如说像南京特师他们提出来的人才培养模式。第2种呢是随班就读的这个模式就是残疾学生呢可以根据他们自己的意愿转到其他的学院去这个学习。第3种呢是自主辅修模式。我们要不要先介绍一种，翻译一种？
It would be good to understand some of the current status of talent training for disabled college students in China. So currently, China has done some work in 4 aspects. The first one is the talent training model for disabled college students. They have adopted 3 ticket model. One is a completely integrated model. The talent-free model they proposed. The second is for students with disabilities to attend classes. This model is for students with disabilities. They can follow their own wishes if you transfer to another college to study. The third option is the independent minor mode.
好，第2个方面呢，我们主要是在人才培养方案方面，做出了一些这个工作全纳教育的这个试点高校呢，他们就提出来，我们在培养残疾大学生的时候既要满足本科专业的人才培养目标那又要适合残障学生的这个认知特点和接受能力，所以呢，我们就是整体上突出这个专业能力培养、完善人格养成和提升社会能力3个特点。
So the second one is adjust training plan. China have done some work on this plan. As for the 4-point university, they propose that when we train disabled college students, we must not only meet the talent list goals for undergraduate majors, but also be suitable for disabled students. This cognitive characteristic and receptive ability, so we are to highlight the 3 characteristics of this professional ability as a whole, cultivate and perfect personality, and develop and enhance social abilities.
好，第3部分呢，就是我们对这个残疾大学生的课程设置方面做出了一些这个调整那么这里呢，我们主要是满足残疾学生的身体特征 并且呢符合我们专业的培养标准为原则。对部分不具备学习条件的课程呢，我们可以根据这个专业培养的要求呢进行替换或者是增减。同时呢，我们还加大了这个残疾大学生选修课的一个开设力度，为学生呢自主选择这个课程呢提供了更多的这个选择，也为学生的全面发展和素质提升提供了更多的机会。
For the third one is revised course settings and syllabus. We have made some adjustments to the curriculum for disabled college students. So here, we mainly meet the physical characteristics of disabled students. And in line with the principle of our professional training standards, some students who do not have the learning conditions, we can replace or increase or decrease the courses according to the requirements of this professional training. At the same time, we have also added an emphasis on the elective courses for disabled students to provide students with the opportunity to choose this course. More of this choice also provides more opportunities for students' all-round development and quality improvement.
第4个方面呢，就是我们在这个教学策略和考核方式方面有了一些这个调整主要是适应我们的残疾大学生。那么教学方式方面呢，我们主要是采取这个补偿教学法、分层教学法和小组学习法。考核方式呢，我们采用的是过程性和期末的这个终结性考核相结合的方式。
The fourth aspect is that we have made some adjustment in teaching strategies and assessment methods. This is mainly to adapt to our disabled students. As for teaching methods, we mainly adapt this compensatory teaching method and divide it into teaching methods and group learning. As for the assessment method, we use a combination of process and final assessment at the end of the period.
接下来我们了解一下残疾大学生他们的支持体系的一个现状哈。那么在中国呢，对于这个残疾大学生的支持体系呢，我通过这个文献的梳理哈，主要总结成3种方式。第一种呢，就是建立这个残疾大学生的这个事务管理体系。那么这里呢，主要有这个学校层面的比如说由学校的这个教务处学工图书馆组成的一个全纳教育的管理网络。那么另外一个方面呢，还成立这个高等融合教育领导工作小组这个呢就是专门推进学校的融合教育工作的。那么2级学院然后呢也成立了这个融合教育工作的这个领导小组。最后面呢，就是我们还组建了与学校高等融合教育相适应的一些行政管理、教学支持和专业服务保障队伍。
Regarding the knowledge system of disabled college students, I have summarized it into 3 main ways through this presentation or through the slide. The first is to establish a management system for disabled students. So what you have here mainly includes the school level. For example, the school's academic affairs office, academic affairs office library network, and another aspect, the higher integrated education leadership working group has also been established. This is specifically to promote the school's integrated education work. So the second one is the higher level college has also established a leading group for integrated education work. Finally, we have the third one, which is we have also established a higher integrated education organization with the school.
第2个方面呢，我们就是建立了残疾大学生的这个学业支持体系。那么这部分呢，主要是面向残疾大学生，提供这个专业课的选择，课程设置、能力评估、教学方法、考核方式等等的一些支持和服务。那么在中国呢，很多的学校开展的这个学习支持项目，比如说包括残疾人大学生他们的一个入学学习评估项目，个别化学习支持计划，学习资源转换项目等等。
So, we have proposed this academic knowledge system for disabled college students. So this part is mainly to provide some support and services for disabled students in the selection of professional courses, curriculum, ability assessment, teaching methods, and assessment methods. So in China, many schools have launched this department support project, for example, including disabled college students, their entrance learning assessment project, and individual chemistry department knowledge.
第三个方面呢，我们形成了这个残疾大学生的服务体系。那么这一部分呢，主要是征集残疾学生在身体、心理、学习、生活、就业等方面的一些困难。我们形成了培育残疾学生的这种身体评估员、心理慰藉员、生活辅导员、就业指导员、志愿服务者等等，为残疾学生呢提供这个服务和保障。比如说，我们成立了这个融合教育资源中心，建立了开放的融合教育资源教室，以及呢成立了一支资源服务教师队伍。
The third one is about the service system for disabled students. So this part is mainly about students have some physical and mental difficulties in learning, life, and employment. We have formed this physical assessor mentality to cultivate disabled. Life counselors, employment counselors, and volunteers provide services and guarantees for students with disabilities. For example, we have established an inclusive education resource center and an open inclusive education resource.
好，接下来我们进行到第5个部分就是中国残疾人高等教育的这个教师队伍的一个现状。
Okay, let's move on to the fifth part, which is the current situation of the classroom team in higher education for disabled people in China.
我们从这一个表格当中这是边利等研究者他选择了这个中国的4所高校然后呢，比如说以北京联合大学特殊教育学院为代表的4所院校在国内呢是开办这个残疾人高等教育最早的这些院校。那么他们就是我们针对这一些院校的老师进行这个问卷调查，一共呢有102个教师其中男性教师呢有40人，女性教师呢有62人。我们看看他们的这个基本情况主要是从他们的年龄结构、学历结构、职称结构，以及他们自己的就是专业背景和他们从教的一些专业，以及从事高等教育的这个时间然后我们会发现这个在年龄队伍方面就是35岁以下的青年教师呢占的比例比较大。在学历结构方面呢，我们会发现就是虽然说这里这个硕士和博士他们总共的这个比例比较大，但实际上呢这里还是以硕士学历为主。那么职称结构呢也是集中在这个中级职称那么我们的这个老师所学的专业呢就是主要是这个普通师范类专业就是占的比例会少一点。那么这个从事这些专业呢，就是我们刚刚在之前的表格里面也介绍，比如说设计类专业、针灸推拿专业、音乐表演专业等等。从事的时间的话呢，就是主要是4到10年的这个时间，集中在这一个时间段。
So, Nelly and other researchers chose the School of Special Education of Beijing Union University, Tianjin University of Science and Technology for the Deaf School of Special Education of Changchun University and School of Special Education of Zhengzhou University, which were earlier in the country in terms of the number and level of higher education for persons with disabilities. A total of 102 teachers engaged in higher education for persons with disabilities in larger special education institutes were surveyed, including 40 males and 62 females. Let's take a look at their basic situation, mainly from their age structure, academic qualifications, professional title structure, as well as their own professional background and some of the majors they teach. This time in higher education, we will find about this. In terms of the age, it is good that young teachers under the age of 35 have a relatively large proportion. In terms of academic structure, we will find that although the master's and doctoral degrees have a relatively large proportion in total, in fact, as for the master's degree here, the main ones here are master's degree. As for the executive structure, there are several types of intermediate professional titles. So the major our teacher studied is mainly the ordinary normal major, which is proportional.
好，那我们来看一下这个中国高等教师他们的这个知识结构啊，他们的一个现状哈。那么主要是在两个方面的一个现状，一个呢就是知识结构方面啊。那么这个滕祥东啊，他的研究呢指出专职教师在职前哈受过特殊教育培训的老师呢占的比例只有14.35%。那么至今呢，仍然有35.22%的教师呢，就是没有接受过特教相关的一些培训。这是知识结构方面啊。那么能力素质方面呢，就是这些老师呢，在职前的时候，缺少残疾人高等教育他的一个实践锻炼的一个能力，所以呢，他们的这个实践教学能力相对来说不是很高啊。另外呢，就是特殊教育的教学能力和研究能力呢，需要进一步的提升。教学策略和教学方法呢，虽然针对这个残疾学生的特点呢有了一些调整，但是呢，大部分仍然是沿用普通学生的一些策略，这是现状。
Okay, then let's take a look at the knowledge structure of these Chinese higher education teachers. Their current situation is mainly in two aspects. One is the knowledge structure. So this is what I really want to do with their research. Well, it is pointed out that full-time teachers are valuable teachers, 14.35%. So far, there are still 35.22% classrooms, but they have not received any training related to special education. That is, in terms of knowledge structure and in terms of ability and quality. People with disabilities lack the ability to train in higher education at one time. Therefore, their ability to teach in this time is relatively not very high. In addition, the teaching ability and research ability of special education need to be further improved. As for teaching strategies and teaching methods, although there have been some adjustments based on the characteristics of disabled students, most of them still use some strategies used by ordinary students.
好，虽然呢，就是残疾人的高等教育师资队伍呢有这样的一些现状，但是呢，我们的研究者们呢也提出了一些可以提升的一些策略。比如说在知识方面呢，我们就是可以培养这种具有从事学科专业、职业教育学和特殊教育学知识的这种复合知识结构的高校全纳教师。这是知识结构方面。那么能力素质结构方面呢，有研究者提出，我们可以加强职前的这个实践应用能力，加强这个教学和研究能力的一个培养，尤其是要具备满足课堂上学生有特殊教育需求的教学和研究能力的一个提升。那么另外一个呢，就是在职后我们也可以进行这个全纳教育素养的一个提升培训。
Although this is the current situation of higher education for people with disabilities, our researchers have also proposed some strategies that can be improved. For example, in terms of knowledge, we can cultivate people with the ability to engage in disciplines. The efficient right of this composite knowledge structure of professional vocational education and special education knowledge, then teachers are in the knowledge structure aspect and in terms of quality and structure. One is to strengthen the cultivation of teaching and research capabilities, especially the improvement of teaching and research capabilities to meet the special educational needs of students in the classroom. Then the other is that we can also carry out this comprehensive education after in service.
好，接下来我们来看一下这个，中国残疾毕业生他们的一个就业现状哈。其实，这些年哈，然后呢，就是残疾人进入到高等教育学习以后，他们在就业方面呢，其实还是取得了一些成绩的。
对不起，Miss，我们继续之前，我们可以开问答部分吗？
就是什么意思？就是后面的不讲了吗？
因为我们有问题。
有问题？
没有，我意思是有人要问东西。
全部讲完再问可以吗？
哦，因为我们时间大概不够，我
我们
们怕
就只有后面也几部分了，就应该很快，我们快速的过一下，好吗？
可以啊，如果我们快速就可以啊。
好。
Okay. So let's continue for the sixth section, which is the employment status of disabled college graduates in China.
好，关于这个残疾人的就业模式呢，我们主要是3种，一种呢是岗位就业模式，一种呢是服务外包就业模式，还有一种呢是自主创业模式。这一些图片呢，就是中国残疾人他们的就业情况，简单一点。
So as you can see for this slide, this is about the employment model for people with disabilities. We can see that from the picture, we have job employment model, service outsourcing employment model, and self-employment model.
好，那这个呢，就是残疾毕业生的一个就业现状。那我们就以最新2年的这个就业情况哈，就是2022年呢，这个中国残疾人的毕业生呢有29549人，那么他当年的这个就业率呢超过了80%。2023年呢，就是残疾毕业生呢达到了31843人。有2万多名学生呢有就业意向，目前已就业的呢有7664人，就业率为37.58%。可以看这个表。
Okay, then this is the employment status of disabled graduates. Let's take the employment status of the latest 2 years, that is 2022. In 2022, there will be 29,549 disabled graduates from colleges and universities, and 23,639 disabled graduates have employment intentions. The employment rate of disabled college graduates that year exceeded 80%.
这个呢，就是我们对他毕业生的一个就业支持的一个现状那么我们主要介绍这个就业的形式吧，支持的一个形式主要是3个方面，一个呢是对残疾毕业生进行这个就业创业的指导，一个呢是进行这个职业规划，还有一个呢是进行这个岗位推荐。
This is the current status of our employment knowledge for graduates. Let us mainly introduce the form of employment. The form of knowledge mainly has 3 aspects. One is for disabled graduates to carry out employment and entrepreneurship guidance. One is to carry out this career planning, and the other one is to carry out the job recommendation.
好，最后一个方面呢，就是通过前面的一个文献综述，我自己的一个看法。那么，中国残疾人高等教育未来发展的方向呢，我们可以从5个方面来进行。第一个呢，就是我们可以继续完善特殊高等教育的相关政策和法律。另外一个呢，就是我们可以扩大这个招生规模和残疾学生的一个类别。第3个呢，就是我们继续调整和设置适合残疾人学生的这个专业，尤其是可以增多一点这个专业哈，选择性更大一些。第4个方面呢，我认为我们可以加快对这个特殊高等教育院校的一个师资队伍的一个建设。那么第5个方面呢，就是我们可以继续完善残疾学生学习和就业的服务支持体系。
The last aspect is my own opinion based on the previous literature review. As for the future development for disabled people in China, we can proceed from 5 aspects. The first one is that we can continue to improve special education. Regarding policies and laws related to higher education, another one is that we can expand the enrollment scale and a category for students with disabilities. The third one is that we continue to adjust and set up measures suitable for students with disabilities, especially to increase the number of disability students. This measure is a better choice. As for the first aspect, we can speed up the construction of a special higher education institution. The fifth aspect is that we can continue to improve students with disabilities, a service knowledge systems for learning and employment.
好，最后我想说的是呢，全纳教育可以让残疾人更为平等的接受更高层次的教育，增强他们的适应社会、融入社会的能力。让我们一起努力，让更多的残疾学生接受高等教育吧。
Finally, it is about inclusive education. Inclusive education can allow disabled people to receive higher level education more equally and enhance their ability to adapt to and integrate into society. Let's work together to enable more students with disabilities to receive higher education.
Okay, thank you for your listening and welcome to China. Thank you for your translating. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Miss Chow Tinting, and also Mr. Akmal for helping us in translating for our session for today. So I think it is best for us to continue our first session with a question from YouTube comment section. So, Mr. Akmal, can you help me translating the question later on? All right. So, a question from Khairunisa for Miss Chow. What role do parents play in supporting the education of children with diverse needs in China?
Wait a minute. 他的问题是，父母亲他们有什么他们这些父母亲他们怎样要帮他们的这个孩子关于这些残疾人？
就是他们的问题是他们的父母怎么样帮助这个残疾人是吧？
关于这个教育的部分。
关于高等教育的部分是吧？
是的。
实际上呢，就是能够进入到高等教育的残疾学生呢，他们就是在智力上或者是这个生活学习方面，都是有很好的一个适应能力的。所以呢，就是他们就是只要支持孩子，就比如说鼓励他们坚持去入学然后跟着这个学校的这个高中这个阶段他们的一个培养去进行学习，就可以就是去参加考试，通过参加考试进入到这个高校学习。所以呢，就是家长的这个支持，应该这一部分可能在从小可能会多一些，比如说带他们去做康复训练然后呢，就是 就是在这个学业知识方面，可能课后做的服务要多一些呀，等等。
So the answer for the question is, disabled students who can enter higher education have very good adaptability in terms of intelligence, life and study. Therefore, they only need to support their children. For example, encourage them to persist. Parents can support them by go to school and then follow the high school level of this school to study through one of their trainings. Take the exam, but take the exam to enter this college to study. So this is the support from the parents. This part may be more when they are young. For example, parents can take them to do rehabilitation training, and then in terms of academic knowledge, there may be more services after class.
Thank you, Ms. Chow, and also Ms. Akma. So I can conclude that encouragement is the best support that parents can give for the children with disabilities. I think that is all for today's. Thank you, Ms. Chow, for shedding light on inclusive education practices in China. Your insights from China bring a valuable perspective to our understanding in Malaysia representative. So I will pass the stage to our MC. Before that, I hope that all the participants can scan our QR code for attendance and also feedback form that will be shown in the slide after this. Thank you. Ms. Amira, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Munira and Mrs. Chow Tinting, for the very interesting session. All right, dear participants, we will be having a break and resume our colloquium at 11:30 a.m. Stay tuned. welcome back everyone. So how is everyone? Alright. Why don't we resume our colloquium with our second session on topic empowering persons with disabilities, Philippines perspective by Mrs. Sheena Marie Pabilona Abad. I welcome again our beautiful moderator, Miss Munira. Please welcome Munira.
Hi, Miss Umira. How are you?
I'm fine again. Thank you,
All right.
Munira. It's all yours.
Thank you. I hope all our participants are already fresh enough and also had your coffee break for half an hour just now. All right, why don't we start our second session with the topic of empowering persons with disabilities from the Philippines perspective? Here with us today, we have Mrs. Shinamori Pabilona Abad from Carmen, Cagayan de Oro City. Ms. Shina has a degree in social work, a Master of Science in Social Work from the University of Southern Philippines Foundation. And she is now coordinator in the Oro City and has had experience as a social worker as well as an administrative officer involved in assisting with the youth and community related activities. Mrs. Shina has also received a gold medal area academy awardee in social work program at the Lourdes College, Cagayan de Oro City. Empowering person with disabilities from the Philippines perspective is the title of our discussion for this session. Empowerment of persons with disabilities means enabling them to participate fully and equally in society, to exercise their rights and also responsibilities, and to contribute to the development of their country. And there are many initiatives and efforts to promote the empowerment of persons with disabilities, such as the Magna Carta for Disabled Person Act, the National Council on Disability Affairs, the Philippines Registry for Persons with Disability, and many more. However, today we would like to hear more insight from Mrs. Shina as an active participant of the efforts in the Philippines to empower persons with disabilities. Please join me in welcoming our speakers with a warm applause. Hello, Mrs. Shina. How are you today?
Hello, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am very privileged to be with you in this virtual setting this morning. So I don't know, let me thank my co-panelists for this session, and at the same time, no, let me also thank Dr. Roslinda Alias, the Director of University Technology Mara, for the disabled services under the disabled services unit. So thank you everyone. Thank you also to our viewers this morning. Okay.
All right. Mrs.
Ah,
Shina, are you ready for our first question for this session?
yes, I'm ready.
All right.
I hope I can
So,
answer.
all right, my first question for Mr. Shina. In terms of education, what is actually inclusive practices and strategies that has been implemented in the Philippines to ensure persons with disabilities have equal access to quality education in Philippines? Mr. Shina?
Okay, so actually that's part of my presentation, no? But to discuss the question that was asked by ma'am, we have different laws relating to persons with disabilities, especially relating to education. So as part of it, we also have, I don't know, inclusive education, not only for those without disability, but also with persons with disability. So one of it, we ensure we have this no, a special education class in the Philippines to ensure also that those persons with disability is not left behind. Okay, and we also have in our school, we also have a way also of I don't know, delivering quality education and ensuring that also persons with disability are um, are admitted to our school. We also have other schools in the Philippines also have ramps and elevators also to make sure that PWD students are also take no um, take education, no, in our country. So again, ma'am, I hope I have answered your question.
So it is best to say that the Philippines has tried to implement a good facilities for the disabilities person in order for them can be accessible to quality education. Is it true, Mrs. Shina?
Yes, ma'am, that's true.
All right, why now we're moving on to our second question. What kind of challenges that can Mrs. Shina sees or barriers persist in the Philippines when it comes to the full empowerment of person with disabilities? And is there any steps that has been taken to address to these challenges? Mrs. Shina?
Okay, that's a very good question. Actually, I think no, we are not only the country who have also challenges when it comes to mainstreaming our uh, our co no or PWD or persons with disabilities. But one of the challenges that we have observed, no, number one, as far as education is concerned, although there's a law, but there is a need also to capacitate every teachers, every faculty in either private or government agency to address concerns related to PWD on how they are going to deal with skills no in dealing with persons with disability students. I think that for one is also a challenge, and another major challenge that we experience also is to uh, to have or to deliver and create more programs and services related to persons with disability. This is as far as our government is also concerned. That's it, ma'am.
All right, Mrs. Shina, as you mentioned just now, it is actually a bit challenging to get the progress program and also services. So how does the government of Philippines try to overcome this obstacle?
Okay, those obstacles that was being said, no, as I've said, there are a lot of uh, laws relating to it, of which our government is really trying, no, to address concerns with persons with disability, and one of it is on the accessibility law and Magna Carta law for persons with disability, including, ano, no, and including but not limited to the creation of disability organization in the Philippines, as well as there are also programs and services, and of course, privileges given to persons with disability.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Shina. Let us move on to my third question for Mrs. Shina. How has the legal landscape in Philippines evolved to promote the rights and empowerment of the person with disabilities? I want to know more about the disabilities person's rights in Philippines.
Okay, so we have different laws, as I've said. So one of it is Republic Act 344, which is the accessibility law. This is an act which mobilizes disabled persons, requiring building, institutions, establishment, and public utilities to install facilities that is helpful for our persons with disability. Another law that relates to PWD is the White Cane Act, which declares August 1 of every year as the White Cane Safety Day. It also in recognition of our persons with disability needs and especially for their assistance. Another law that was also implemented here in our country is the Magna Carta for Disabled Person. This law provides rehabilitation, self-development, self-reliance, to disabled person, and of course integrating them to major mainstream in society. And another one, an amendment to Republic Act 727 is the Republic Act 9442, which is this act grant additional privileges, incentives, and of course, prohibition on verbal, non-verbal ridicule and vilification against persons with disability to make sure that this law enables or making sure that disabled persons are not being abused in any types, whether verbal, non-verbal ways. So those are some of the laws that was implemented in our country.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Shina. I am interested with one keyword that has been mentioned by Mrs. Shina, about self-development in disabled person. Can you share a bit what kind of self-development that has been implemented in Philippines, such as in Malaysia, we have self-development that more to entrepreneurship or hands-on arts and creative. So what about in the Philippines perspective?
Okay. With that, there's a corresponding, I don't know, implementation or creation of ways in the Philippines as one of, I consider it as, I believe it's a best practice, especially in Cagayan de Oro. No, number one is PWD online registration, no, of which this is I don't know, this is in relation to how persons with disability access, no, to their PWID, so they will not go or visit the office of our CSWD office or Cagayan de Oro City Social Welfare Office, but it is, I don't know, it is online registration, and it gained an award. No, it won an award which won a second place, spearheaded by the Department of Information and Communication Technology in the Philippines. Aside from that, there's also an annual search for most friendly barangay in, specifically in Cagayan de Oro City, of which um, every barangay, there are 80 barangays in Cagayan de Oro City, and it ensures that each barangay implements and advocates the rights of persons with disability. So every year, the local government of Cagayan de Oro is making sure that PWD is part and parcel of our development here in the city. And of course, this is also, I believe this is also part of the best practice that in Cagayan de Oro there are there is a yearly conduct of persons with disability sensitivity training to every barangay. This is also to advocate more on the needs of our dear persons with disability, no? And making sure that again they are not left behind. So that's it, ma'am.
No one is left behind. Okay, I heard that Mrs. Shina has prepared a slide presentation for us. Why don't we share it and Mrs. Shina can proceed?
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for a while. Okay. Do you see po my screen? Do you see the screen now?
Yes, yes, Mrs. Shina, we can see your slide presentation now.
Okay. So thank you for that. Okay, this is empowering persons with disability, the Philippine perspective. I hope it is clear in our screen there. Okay, so this is part of my topic. Is it moving? It's not
I'm afraid
moving
no, Mrs. Shina.
for a while.
All right, take your time, Mrs. Shina.
Like, okay, this is part of my discussion and sharing for this morning. Okay, definition of persons with disability or PWD. Second is we have the PWD law in the Philippines, the best practices, and the challenges. Okay, so let me first start with the definition of PWD or persons with disability. Okay. Okay. So the United Nations Convention defined PWD as the term which persons with disability is used to apply to all persons with disabilities, including those who have long-term physical, mental, emotional, and impairment, which in interaction with various attitudinal and environmental barriers, hinders their full and effective participation in social and equal basis with others. So, in this definition, now we observe that persons with disability do not only mention physical disability, but it also cuts across mental, intellectual, and even sensory impairment. So, this is the United Nations Convention's definition on our dear persons with disability. To continue, I will just present to you also the Philippine government definition on PWD. Okay. Okay, this is the definition of the Philippine government with regards to persons with disability. These are those who have long term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairment, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. So, this is also synonymous with or similar with the definition of the United Nations Convention. It is also added in the Philippine government definition that identification cards shall be issued to any persons with disability with permanent disability, such as, but not limited to the following conditions, such as psychosocial, chronic illness, learning, mental, visual, orthopedic, speech, and hearing conditions. So to move on. Okay. This also includes persons with disabling diseases resulting to the person's limitation to do day-to-day activities as normal as possible, such as but not limited to those undergoing dialysis, heart disorders, severe cancer cases, and such other similar cases resulting to temporary or permanent disability. So it widens the United Nations definition on on PWD was also widened by the Philippine definition of PWD, not only limited to the physical, mental disability and sensory disability, but also those who have chronic illness. Okay, so another that is part of the definition of PWD. So let me go on to the PWD or persons with disability laws in our country, in the Philippines. Okay. Okay. So these are, sorry. Okay. First is, I hope my slide is moving, ma'am. Okay. Republic Act 344. Can you see it in my slide? In my slide, is it moving?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is also known as accessibility law. This is an act which enables the mobility of disabled persons that requires buildings, institution, establishment, and public utilities to install some facilities and other devices. So, Ma'am was asking a while ago, what are the basic or what are the ways and means of the Philippines and how we ensure that PWD was able to or was being provided with the welfare that they needed. So this law is part also of ensuring that they are not left behind. So accessibility law for every PWD. Another is the White Cane Law or White Cane Act, Republic Act 6759, which declares August 1 of every year as White Cane Safety Day. This is to also ensure that our dear brothers and sisters who are I don't know, who are blind are also being recognized and at the same time given equal attention. To move forward, Republic Act 7277 is also known as the Magna Carta for Disabled Person. This is an act providing the rehabilitation, self-development, and self-reliance of disabled persons and their integration into the mainstream of society and for other purposes. Part of this law is the under section 5 is the equal opportunity for employment. So we make sure that the Philippine government makes sure that part and parcel of the government is that no disabled person shall be denied access to opportunities for suitable employment. Okay, and then there's also part of this law, Magna Carta, is also apprenticeship. Okay, under the labor code, of course, with the provision of the labor code of the Philippines, disabled persons shall be eligible as apprentice or learners. And then, of course, part of it is the education, so access to quality education. So the Philippines was also making sure that PWD is also part, no, admitted, and we believe in the inclusive education. Therefore, the state ensures that disabled persons are provided with access to quality education, no, and opportunities to develop their skills. So that is also part of this Magna Carta. And of course, special education. Okay, the state, the Philippine government shall establish, maintain, and support complete, adequate, and integrated system of special education for visually impaired, hearing impaired, mentally retarded, or mentally challenged, and other types of disability. Okay, and of course, our state and universities, if viable and needed, the state universities and state colleges in our country are responsible for the development of our persons with disability. Okay, whether technical and skills training. Okay, so that is part of the Republic Act 727. Another is the Republic Act 9442, which is an act amending Republic Act number 7277, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Disabled Persons and for other purposes, granting additional privileges and incentives and prohibitions on verbal, nonverbal ridicule and vilification against persons with disability. So that is part and the amendment of Republic Act 7277. Next is the Republic Act 10754, which is the expansion of the benefits and privileges of PWDs or persons with disabilities in the Philippines as an amendment to the Magna Carta for Disabled Person. And so also the amendment of 9442. So this act highlights the basic and social benefits and privileges of persons with disability. The aim also of this act is to grant persons with disability at least 20% discount and exemption for value added tax on the sale of certain goods and services under Republic Act 9442. So that's part of this law. Another, specifically in Cagayan de Oro City, Philippines, in Mindanao, where I am also residing and working. No, these are the facts. I gathered these facts. I personally interviewed our person with disability affairs officer in the person of Miss Maria Lisa Corpus, and I am very thankful for her for the interview that I have. No, I have with her, since I gain also a lot of learnings and updates from her, considering that as a social worker by profession, it is also part of our clientele group. According to her, by the way, Ma'am Lisa is a survivor of polio since the age of 1. So she said, as the head of the Persons with Disability Affairs in Cagayan de Oro City, the PWD Affairs Officer, she said that more or less there are 14,000 PWD members based on the Persons with Disability Identification Card or ID as of 2023 data. This data was gained from that online registration of persons with disability. Okay. So another thing that I was able to get from the interview with Ma'am Lisa is on the best practices that we have, specifically in Cagayan de Oro City. Okay. First is that these are the practices of the LGU, or the local government unit of Cagayan de Oro City, Philippines, Mindanao. As I've said, as I was mentioned a while ago, that there's the Persons with Disability online registration, and it won the second place in 2018 contest spearheaded by DICT, or the Department of Information and Communication Technology in the Philippines. This online registration is ensuring that persons with disability will not go to the office of the PWD Affairs office, um, since they can, the person with disability can register online. And by the way, no, this is another best practice, that the identification card coming from the online registration will be given, directly given, provided to them. So it is given directly to them, no, after the online registration. Then annual search for most persons with disability friendly barangay. So barangay, by the way, in the Philippines, is a small unit of, I don't know, of government that we have. So in Cagayan de Oro City, Mindanao, we have 80 barangays all in all. So with that, there's an annual search. This is ensuring that, and making sure that persons with disability in every barangay is well taken care of. And this is also a form of advocacy in every part of our city, that, I don't know, persons with disability are given equal rights and opportunities. Okay, so the annual search, by the way, this is part of the process that they have done. There's a creation of the TWG, or the Technical Working Group, which identifies criterion for the most person with disability friendly barangay. So the technical working group members were representative coming from the different local government offices, or offices that we have, welfare offices that we have, such as our social welfare department, or the city social welfare and development office, the budget and finance, the department of interior and local government, or DILG, and others. And it also includes coming from the academe, no? And coming from private sectors, such as our DepEd, stands for the Department of Education, our primary and, provides primary and secondary education in our country, and of course other private schools and universities in our city. So another thing, as part of the best practice of the local government, of which I was able to mention a while ago, is on the yearly conduct of persons with disability sensitivity training. Since in the past, as I've asked with mom, as I verified with mom Lisa, that there is no, there was a great challenge um, on implementing the law for persons with disability, because other also barangays doesn't are not fully aware of those um, needs that our dear persons with disability are into. So every year, the initiative of the local government of Cagayan de Oro is on the conduct of yearly sensitivity training. And of course, with this sensitivity training, it also verifies if through the conduct of their most PWD friendly contest or search, it would also verify if they are really, the barangays, the people, the officials are really implementing, are really sensitive on the needs of our persons with disability. Okay, it also involves the Department of Health um, on the said training, no? Specifically on ano, um, how important that our persons with disabilities health needs are being provided. Okay, And then best practices of every schools for persons with disability. Special education classes, this was also stipulated in Republic Act 7277, which talks about the Magna Carta for persons with disability. So there are colleges and universities in the Philippines that offered special education class for persons with disabilities. And so, inclusive education, when we say inclusive education, there are also schools in the Philippines who are PWD friendly, creating welfare programs and services in their respective schools, such as but not limited to providing ramps, elevators, in their schools, and other PWD privileges. To continue, the challenges. Mom was saying a while ago, what are the challenges that PWD is experiencing, or even the schools, the local government of Cagayan de Oro is experiencing? So these are some of the challenges that hopefully we can also able to address this. Okay, so challenges of the persons with PWD sectors and law implementations. More employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. Although there are establishment and agencies that employ persons with disability, because according to Republic Act 727 and the rest of its amendment, that there should be 5%, no, um, 5% mainstream employment opportunities for our PWD, um, granting that they have skills. But there are a need and a must to, of course, being provided with employment opportunities for them, especially after finishing their special education class. There's a need for them to um, look for a job, and the challenge there is if they have mental health related concerns, or they have problems on, or yeah, they are classified as having mental health problems. So there's also a challenge, no, for establishment owners of establishment to provide opportunities for them. So this is uh, as in the conduct of my interview, this is also part of the challenge. Another is admission to schools for persons with disability. There's a law, there's I don't know, but there's a challenge. As I said, as what I've mentioned a while ago, that there's a challenge of every school in the Philippines to capacitate our school, our faculty, no, our school's faculty, our personnel to deal with the needs of our persons with disability students, considering the deaf, the mute, the blind, and other forms of disabilities. Okay, so this is part of the challenge or the challenges that we've experienced. Another is on building self confidence and acceptance among PWD, because my talk is about empowering persons with disability, but there are still persons with disability who beg on the streets. No? Although there's in our country we have this anti-mendicancy law, no, especially in Cagayan de Oro City, we implement that, but there are still persons with disability who, in one way or another, feel that they don't have the skills, the capacity to improve themselves and to boost their morale. So this is also a great challenge for every persons with disability to not to get away with begging on the streets. Okay, and then strengthening. It's a challenge to strengthen advocacies with persons with disabilities and its privileges. So there's a need to strengthen the implementation of PWD laws and opportunities for them, especially to provide more programs and services related to persons with disability. So more budget, more programs and services for them, no? Especially in terms of employment, in terms of education, and other related privileges that they also need. So I guess that would be all. That's part of my talk under empowering persons with disability, the Philippine perspective. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Shina, for the sharing session just now. So I see that there are few challenges that in the Philippines and also actually in Malaysia that the person with disabilities need to face every day in terms of the employability, in terms of the admission, and also their own self-confidence. And this is the challenges and also the obstacle that the government and also every NGO that want to cater person with disabilities need to have more empowerment programs and also more services that can help them to overcome these challenges. All right, Mr. Shina, are you ready if we moving forward to Q&A session?
Yes, ma'am. I would be willing to answer your question.
All right. All the participants in the YouTube live session can post your question to Mrs. Sheena in the YouTube comment section, and I'll be reading 2 to 3 questions from the YouTube comment section. Technical team, are we ready with the first question? All right. So we have question from Kaironisa in the YouTube comment section. Mrs. Shina, how does the education system in the Philippines accommodate the needs of disabled students and what improvement can be made? Mrs. Shina.
Okay, that's a good question. Thank you for that. Yeah, in the Philippines, no, talking about PWD, um, as I've mentioned, it is also a challenge, but I know that we also are doing our best to improve the educational system in our country. One of it is, as I've shared a while ago, is on the special education. Talking about inclusivity, we make sure that every persons with disability was is able to provide with necessary education that they need, because again, education is not a privilege but a right. So we make sure, now part of it is on providing special education, and of course in the admission to every universities and colleges, PWD is part of it. So there's no exclusivity but inclusive education for every persons with disability.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Shina. I hope the answers will actually answer Kairuni's question. Okay. Let us move forward towards the second question. Okay, from Nurul Sofiatul Fitriah Nuawi, can you discuss any initiative aimed at promoting the mental health of disabled persons in the Philippines? Mrs. Shina, how about the mental health?
Okay. No, a while ago in the definition, part of the sector, a part of the PWD definition is on disability. So one of it, every December, one of promoting mental health for persons with disability, aside from series of trainings for us in our country, whether in school or in the local government. Part of it is every December we celebrate advocacy on persons with disabilities through Walk for a Cause, and other relevant and other related mental health programs and services. So another thing is we make sure that they are part of every advocacies, every talk, and every in every initiative of the school and the government. So that's part of, I believe, no, I hope I have answered the question. That's part of the initiative on how we promote their mental health.
Thank you, Mrs. Sheena. Okay, I think we have last question from the participants and also viewers. Technical team, do we have the last question? All right, it's okay. I think I have a question for Mrs. Sheena. Oh yeah, okay. We have the third question. From Anis Anidazuki. What partnership or collab that exists between the government, NGOs, and the private sector in the Philippines to enhance the support to disabled person? Is there any collaboration between the governments and also the NGO, Mrs. Sheena?
Yes, there are a lot of initiatives that is being provided, or a partnership, no, between the private sectors and the public sector. So one of it is, as what I highlighted, is on the best practices, considering that we have PWD sensitivity training, of which private sectors are also involved. That's part of advocacy. Another thing is on the search for uh, most friendly PWD, which other sectors, especially the education or academic sector, were also involved. And at the same time, an initiative also to, I don't know, to provide programs and services related to persons with disability. There are also private sectors, and of course public sectors or government sectors, which also have centers for persons with disabilities, uh, and ensuring that their welfare is also addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Shina. Just now, I noticed that Mrs. Shina shared with us on the demographical statistic on the number of persons with disabilities. I am wondering whether the access between the rural areas or the city area in the Philippines, is there any difference towards access towards um, the specialties and also the services that has been provided by the Philippines?
Okay. Yeah, that's true. In relation to the difference between rural areas and urban areas in our country, specifically in Cagayan de Oro, there are a lot of rural areas in Cagayan de Oro, no, to be particular, in Mindanao, Philippines. And with this, it's difficult. It's difficult in terms of their access to services. They also, in terms of transportation, no, when they go to the city, they have to still look for a transportation, no, and it's very far, and the fare is also quite expensive. So the initiative of the government, to be precise, in Cagayan de Oro City, on the PWD online registration, is a stepping stone for the PWD PWD identification card to be provided, no, and accessible for them. And considering the 14,000 more or less PWD, um, according to the interview that I have with the PWD affairs officer, she mentioned that it's also a challenge, no, because um, more or less it is a good number already, but she believes that there are still a lot of persons with disability that was not able to I don't know, be part of that, and then more or less they're also coming from the rural areas, of where access to internet connections during online registration is also a bit challenging and difficult, no? So more or less, ma'am, there are a lot of persons with disability in the rural areas. Kaya that's why when they conducted I don't know, advocacy trainings and search for most PWD friendly barangay, they have seen also that other barangays are not fully aware of the PWD in their own locality. So it's also part of the challenge, and at the same time, I believe a stepping stone of, I don't know, of knowing, of letting the community that persons with disability is part of our society.
No one is left behind. All right, Mr. Shina, actually, I have one last question that related towards the society perspective towards the person with disabilities. We know that the society has their own beliefs. They have their own perspective towards the person with disabilities. How does the society accept it towards PWD? Are they being more, are they, do they accept PWD? Or is there any people that have their own belief that PWD cannot go work, cannot have their own self-development? How is it in Philippines?
Okay. Before, especially before that, the law were not implemented, no, or the law were not crafted, it's really a challenging one. Uh, Considering that, of course, no, there are this people have other people have also mindset na, uh, who are these people, who are these persons with disability, no, what are the things that they can do, and um, especially in terms of employment, no, of course there's an issue, especially in the past, of their skills in terms of employment, if they have mental health concerns, no, if they have physical disability, how can they, I don't know, how can they work in a specific establishment. But because of certain laws, I believe, no, as a social worker also's perspective, I also believe that this notion is gradually changing, and there's a more embracing a more embracing society and community for PWD. Although we are not into its very, I don't know, very limelight of implementation, but we're getting there. No, in the Philippines we are getting there. There's a lot of challenges, no, with this sector, but I believe, especially on the morale, on providing their, I don't know, confidence, no, because no, as far as I'm concerned, I believe also that it should start from them. No, PWD's confidence, acceptance should start also from them. So there's also a great challenge for us, no, in the Philippines to, I guess it will start from there. No, although yeah, as I've said, a lot of initiatives, a lot of I don't know, a lot of advocacies were done. So we're gradually getting there.
We gradually getting there. Yes, and embracing community because PWD is part of us and they deserve to be treated like a normal person because they actually can contribute to the societies and also to the country. Thank you, Mr. Shina, for the excellent points and also excellent sharing session that has been made about this topic, especially through the eye of the Philippines. And your experience actually add depth towards our collective knowledge on this important subject, which is empowering the disabilities and also the inclusion. I hope that all the participants also has had a new knowledge, not only from the Malaysia perspective, but we already have Philippines perspective and also from the China perspective from the previous session just now. Okay, I think that is all for the second session. Mr. Shina, thank you very much for joining us and also for giving us a new horizon and also an eye-opening knowledge. I hope that is all for today for the evening for the afternoon session, and I will pass the stage to our MC, Miss Umira.
So I'm here again. Thank you, Miss Munira, and thank you so much, Mrs. Shina, for the presentation. It was really wonderful. I cannot believe how many questions were answered just now. It was so insightful for us, and I hope this session can open up our participants' horizon towards empowering persons with disabilities from different perspectives. So before we end, I would like to invite to the stage Dr. Barcelona and also Puan Juliana. Oh, you guys are already here. Sorry. So we are going to take some photos. So if our technical team are ready, all right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, last one. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Dear all, we are so sorry, but we will be having our break and we will be resumed at 2 p.m. Stay tuned for our last session. See you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Are you ready for our last session? I bet you are. So now I would like to welcome our curator, Miss Abigail, to lead our topic on legal frameworks and disabilities rights in Malaysia by Dr. Iman Shah. Miss Abigail, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Umaira. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for joining our talk on the topic of legal framework and disability rights in Malaysia. I'm your program moderator this afternoon, and today we are so grateful to have Dr. Iqbal Hisham as our special guest, and he will be sharing some insightful thoughts and expertise on matters of legal framework and disability right in Malaysia, which we'll be discussing today. Just so that everyone is aware, Dr. Iqbal Hisham Mattah is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Law, University Technology Mara Shah Alam. His research that focuses in constitution law, administrative law, and international law with a specific interest in disability rights of law. In 2018, he got his PhD from International Islamic University Malaysia with a thesis called Human Rights Approach to Disability within Malaysia Legal Policy and Institutional Framework. Not only that, he also has a Bachelor of Law honor and diploma in public administrations from University Technology Mara, as well as Master of Law from University of Hull in United Kingdom, and this is all he earned in 2008. Today, we have invited Dr. Iqbal to share his perspective and experience on this important topic. Doctor, I heard that you have shared some slides for us today.
All right. Yes. Okay. Thank you, the MC, for the opening speech. All right. So, can you hear my voice there?
Yes, Doctor, we can.
Okay, good. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I think good evening for everyone. Right. So for today's we call it as a for the today's session. I would like to share with you some important lecture. I think about disability law. But of course, through my session, I do hope that you can provide or you can have some ideas about what actually the disability law in Malaysia. Okay, but I don't want to talk more about the technical aspect of laws, right? But I will more concentrate on what we call as um, what we call as some introduction for you to have the idea about what is the situation or what is happened to the disabled people, especially in the context of Malaysia. And I do hope that you will stay with me for this 1 hour session to what we call as to give some suggestion or maybe in terms of improvement, okay, on how we can improve the disability in terms of laws and also the inclusion within society. All right, let me share with you the screen for my presentation for today. Okay, I still try to deal with the technical spec of the lecture for the screen my lecture for today. So just wait, yeah.
Okay, sure, Doctor.
Okay,
Take your time.
okay. I'm not so sure whether can you see my slides because I'm still struggling with my slides. Okay, I think this one. All right. Can you hear? Can you see my slides there?
Yes, Doctor, we
Can you
can
see
see.
anyone?
Yes,
All right.
Doctor.
Okay. So I think it's good for me to continue my lecture, right? So I'm Dr. Ikmal. I'm from Law Faculty of University Technology Mara. Okay. So first and foremost, I would like to say thank you to Dr. PM Associate Professor Dr. Roslina alias the UPO team and UIIC for inviting me to give a simple, what we call as not just a simple but also a very important lecture. You need to know about the legal frameworks and disability rights in Malaysia. Right. So when you discuss about disability rights in Malaysia, right? I just want to share with you. This is a picture. Okay, this is example of picture where you can see all these four categories of disabled are actually represent in one signboard, and this is a picture from Paris Airport where you have, of course, those who are wheelchair, those who are blind, those who are facing invisible disabilities, and there you are also those who are deaf. So when we are talking about disabled, we are not just talking about the wheelchair. So as usual, you always know that when you look to the signboard, you will rely more on the wheelchair symbol. Okay, but of course, when you are talking about disabled, it is more than that. So it is something which also cover the other categories as well. Okay, in Malaysia, of course, we have 7 categories that allows you to get the card OKU, the OKU card, the PWD card, right? So this is a picture that you just can see. So I just want to highlight to you the importance of you to understand disability from various perspectives. Okay, so in future maybe this symbol will become the main symbol for the PWD, especially in Malaysia. Right. So as introduction for my topic for today, okay, I will introduce to you what is how you define disability, what disability model, disability in Malaysia, the understanding about law and disability issues, challenges, and of course the conclusion. Right. Let me move to defining disabilities. Right. Under UNCRPD. Okay. UNCRPD is the most important convention that cover rights of people with disabilities around the globe. And I do believe my counterparts even in Philippines and also China also members of the UNCRPD. And UNCRPD define disability as a persons with disabilities who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments. Okay, so when you are looking to this kind of disability, you need to show number one, you have long-term physical. Okay, the categories there, physical, then mental, intellectual, or sensory impairment. Okay, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. So from this kind of definition, you will see there are 3 important points that I want to highlight here when we define disability. Number one, in terms of long-term impairments. Okay, so when you're talking about long-term impairments, how you define impairments? Of course, impairments cover the problem in body, function, or structure. Okay, of course, you may have impair to your body function. Okay, you maybe don't have legs, you don't have hands, or you are blind. Okay, with varying severity, having defective limbs, organism, or mechanism, or you are actually not fulfill what we call as the type of normality. Okay, so these are also some other discussion when we discuss about to what extent the normality is all about. But here we are talking about the impairment that you can see, okay, that you can observe from when you see that person, right? But when we discuss about impairment, it is not just enough when we are only focusing on their impairment, right? Disability requires you to understand how you define in terms of limited activities, for example. So as individual, of course, you will encounter certain problems, okay, when you want to execute the task or maybe you want to execute your action. You are finding the difficulties, okay, in terms of having what we call as the to do a task, for example. okay, or maybe you want to walk, okay, you want to see, or you want to do normal tasks. So you might have some form of what we call as the limited activities, right? But next, we also need to know, and because of this kind of limited activities, it will restrict your participation. Okay, as person with disability who are actually want to participate in most of activities in their life, okay, you will have in terms of problematic experience by individual, or when you are involved within society. Okay, so that's why when we are talking about restricted participation, it fulfill what we call as the third element of disability, which actually restrict your involvement with other people on an equal basis. Okay, as persons with disabilities, you want to go to cinema, you want to go to walk at park, or you want to go to the to beach, for example. So these are the things that you need to know when you involve with community. You want to go to party, you want to go to supermarket, okay, because of your disability, it restrict your participation. Okay, so that's why I say disability has a very wide definition. Okay, it has a very huge responsibility to the others to understand what do you mean by disabled. Okay, next, when we are talking about disabled, of course, you need to understand about the models. Okay, the interaction of this model between medical, social, and rights model. Okay, and these are the models that interrelated. So as a student, of course, when you are studying disability, you need to understand the relationship between these three models. Okay, but the most common one, of course, this is what we call the medical versus social model. Okay, so when we discuss about medical or social model, it is not to say that medical model we need to neglect, we focus on social model. It's not that. Okay, but right model will try to meditate, or maybe will try to give some element of balance the conflict between medical and social model. But before we go to explain more about right model, let's look to what is medical and what is social. Okay, under disability studies, of course, we need to know about the medical model, personal tragedy, right? It's personal tragedy. You are involved with accident, you are getting sick, and because of that, you maybe lost of your leg, you lost your visual. So that's why you will have personal tragedy. So medical model rely more on personal tragedy and also individual identity. Talking about individual identity, medical models see disabled as on his own. Okay, so you as a person who has suffered the impairment, and because of that kind of impairment you are facing, you need to support by medicalization. Okay, you need to get medicine, you need to rehabilitate yourself, you need to go to clinic, you need to go to hospital, okay, to ensure that you can walk properly, okay, to ensure that you will get better treatment in order to improve your body. Okay, you get medicine, you get certain training, and that's why you go to the hospital. And this is the basis idea about medical model. Okay, next, we are also talking about what we call as professional dominance. Okay, so professional dominance, everyone, will rely about the dominance of, for example, doctor. Okay, doctor, we have other profession, occupational therapy, special education teacher. Medical model relies on the importance of you to understand, okay, this profession will determine whether you are disabled or not. Okay, for example, let's say if you want to get your card OKU, okay, you need to go to see the doctor. For example, you need to medically certify by profession before you can be considered as persons with disabilities. Okay, and medical model also cannot neglect the importance of charity base. They will rely more on charity base. They will provide you with all access, they will provide you with all of these things based on charity, like the when we are looking into our society, how they view those with blind, okay, those who are with visual with physical impairments, Okay, they will treat you as a mode of charity, so they will give you more money or assistance. So this is the basis for the medical model. And this medical model, everyone need to know, is that this is the basis part of what we call as the understand disabled people. Next, of course, we are moving to understand about social model. Okay, social model provides a very significant improvement, okay, towards understanding disabled from the perspective of society. Okay, you need to know the perspective of society when they view people with disabilities. That's why they are relying more on social action. Okay, social action, how society looks to the PWD, what the assistant or what kind of um, changing that we are expect from the disabled community. Okay, and you need to know that when we are dealing with social model, they are also facing what we call as social barriers. Social barriers are actually how the society respond to the need for PWD. Okay, if you walk in the city, for example, you will face certain barriers. There are some wheelchair users cannot use the pathways. Okay, they cannot enter certain shops. Okay, because they have the what we call as there are no ramps there. Okay, there is no toilet accessible for PWD, right? The pathway is so steep, for example. So these are some of the social barriers that been facing by society, okay, especially with physical impairment. But those who are visual impairment, they have the failure to access, for example, braille facilities, right? So these are some issues or some concern when we are dealing with social barriers. Okay, and these barriers happen to most of the people with disability. And because of this barrier, of course, the next one is the idea of effective participation, right? So when they want to participate in public affairs, they want to give their command, okay, especially when they want to build a new facilities or new buildings, okay, to ensure that these buildings are disabled friendly, you need to get the opinion and talks from people with disability. So you are expecting under social model is the involvement of PWD in decision making process. Okay, the popular slogan that we use, nothing about us without us. Okay, so nothing about us without us here means that you need to involve PWD in all aspect of life and also in making decision, to repair the building, for example, to active in politics, to active in NGOs. So that's why you need to ensure under social model effective participation, right? And then we also need to deal with collective identity. Okay, so collective identity is very crucial for PWD. You have all various categories, okay, deaf, blind, physical impairment. So you will try to have a collective identity, and in return of that, you need to have a proper association. For example, you are make non-government or governmental organization. You establish independent living center, for example. So from there, you will create your collective identity. And when you are already have your collective identity, then you will need to address the issue on discrimination and also the issue of rights. So because of the identity that you are collectively together, now your voice are becoming more bigger. So when your voice becoming more bigger, then you will raise the issue of discrimination and rights. Okay, the building has failed to provide with accessible pathway, for example. Okay, you don't have the literature for those who are blind. Okay, you need to have sign language for those who are deaf. Okay, so these are some issues that lead to the discrimination and limitation in imposing their rights to the society. And because of the conflict between medical and social model, that's why rights model comes into. And from this rights model, okay, you will need to Okay, now you are discussing PWD within the legal framework or legal perspective. Okay, and you have several conventions at the international level, okay, that discuss about rights of persons with disability, and the most popular one is CRPD, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Okay, so what is this convention? Okay, of course, this convention is a main treaty, of course, for the first one in 21st century, that recognized PWD as largest minority group in this world, and they have their rights, and you are able to claim your rights. You need to make decision based on free and informed consent. Okay, previously we have the UN Convention on the Rights of Children. Okay, like for example, Article 23 of CRC, you're talking about child with disabilities. And if you read recently, okay, a kid with autism had died, okay, being killed. So this is a very sad stories about when we are talking about child with autism, okay, being involved in murder. So this is something heart wrenching for most of us, okay. And as a rights model, of course, it requires an active members of society. So now society need to involve PWD in making their decision. Okay. So when you want to make the decision, of course, it will improve what we call as the social instrument, the social development dimension for PWD. Okay. And it recognize most of the categories that involve PWD via the convention. And this convention is one of the very paramount and very important to be upheld by state parties, okay, especially to improve the right-based approach towards disability in their own country. Okay, next. So now we are talking about the CRPD that recognize their rights. Okay, so when you discuss about the requirement of disability action into the country's planning. So you need to have the mechanism of inclusion. Inclusion is a very important human rights principle when we discuss about disabled. You need to invite persons with disabilities to be part of solution. Okay. You need to include voices, interests of PWD in project design, implementation, and evaluation. Okay, when you have a program, for example, you need to ensure that this program have accessible to all categories of PWD. Okay, you have a sign language maybe. Okay, you have sign language interpreter. Okay, and for some materials, these materials need to be ensure fulfill the braille language. Okay, or maybe you need to use an easier language, as in some of the comments or general comments in CRPD, United Nations has provide some of the easy guidance. And this easy guidance to tackle those who are having the impairments in terms of mental and learning disabilities. But this also can be used by most of us. So that's why when you are talking about disabled, you are not talking about their own category, but also to the larger segment of society. Okay, and it's very important for everyone to have the collect disability disaggregate data. Okay, so you need to know how much people use these facilities. We need to know how much the data for the voters in one constituency, how many disabled people there. So when you have all of this data, it will be easier for you to identify the barriers to participate. Okay, you know how many disabled voters, you know how actually to make sure that these voters can easily to go to vote, okay, voting center. Okay, and of course with this kind of information, you need to ensure that the use accessible and information and also communication. You must try to ensure that we have to address all categories of PWD, like when you have sign language interpreter, you have braille facilities, okay, and then you have easy reading, and of course you need to ensure that the the requirements are fulfilled accordingly. Okay, so these are something that we need to look into, and we need also to set up certain disability inclusion budget. Okay, when you are dealing with budget, of course, the issue of austerity, the issue of the budgeting are very crucial, because at some sectors they are rarely given or provide the budget to improve their facilities. But I think that trend now has been changed from time to time. So in any organization, you must try to include at least 3 to 5% for the disability inclusion budget to improve the facilities, to improve the the accessibility toilets, the pathways, okay, the materials to improve the disability inclusion. And don't forget also to hire the staff with disabilities. So with this, everyone, you need to know the impact of disability is very wide for the future, okay, for the child. Okay, from the child we will have what we call as intervention, early intervention program, so you know what type of disability they are facing, okay, and how to not just to cure but how to deal with their disabilities in future. Okay, the role of siblings also very crucial there, right? You need to protect your siblings who are disabled, try to give them access to education, employment, because once you left this world you need also to provide them with very independent ways of living. The parents also need not to be protective to their kids. You must allow the kid with disable to challenge themselves to be a better person, even though they are using wheelchair, even though they are autism, okay, even though they are deaf, but they have the opportunity to succeed in their education and also get employment to ensure that their lives will be fulfilled, and also they will know how to be responsible to themselves and also to their family in future. So with the family, for sure, family need to have a better um, in terms of protection and also care for their disabled kid or disabled parent. Okay, and the society service is also crucial. We need to improve our service from time to time, improve the buildings, and then the society perception also need to change. We cannot just simply view kid with disabilities are not worth something, that not contribute. So we need to involve them with the society in making decision, and also for the benefit of the country at all. So they can become a lawyer, they can become the educator. Okay, so disabled people have people with disability have the potential to to become a successful person in future, and also to contribute more to the country. Okay, so here I move to the second part of my presentation. Okay, after we get to know about all these issues pertaining to disability. Now, what is the issue of disability in Malaysia? So I highlight there are some issues, law, and also the challenges exist, right? So this is actually a research made by the Star in 2017. Okay, this is a graphic about the understanding of Malaysia about disability. Okay, first one, of course, at the left of this picture, you have causes of disabilities. What are the causes of disability? 23.2% congenital, okay, genetic 22%, accident 17%, disease 14%, will of God 10%, 3.8 they say parents fault, and 9 with others. So these are the causes of disability. Okay, and among Malaysians, of course, through this research, 58.4 Malaysians are under-informed about disability. Okay, I can say maybe half, almost half of it, okay, they don't know how to deal with disability. Okay, so that's why they need to know or have some disability etiquette lesson. Okay, in Malaysia, of course, we have disability equality training, okay, disability what we call as assistive training, DAST, for example, for service training. So you need to inform to the public about what are the requirement when you are interact with disabled. Okay, so 58.4 is that. Okay, but of course we have a larger segment of society. 87% want to know more about disabled. So the intuitive, the inquiry is there. Okay, so this is the opportunity for us to educate the society about the disability. Okay, 80% recognize physical limitation, loss of invisibility, inability to walk, total loss of hearing as disabilities. 80% recognize that, and 30% perceive behavioral and mental condition as disability. Most see it as bad behavior. This is also the issue and challenges when we want to deal with what we call as invisible disability, because in most circumstances mental conditions has their own stigma. Okay, people still view PWD with mental disabilities, those who are having bad behavior. They will try to do bad to the others, like learning disabilities. So these are the lack understanding among Malaysian, okay, about the mental condition as disability. Right, reaction to child with disability, 34%. Larger number, sympathy. Okay, 28% wanting to help. Okay, 17% are grateful they don't have disability. 3% they are fear. Avoid 1%. 8% normal, and 9% others. Of course, we cannot neglect the element of sympathy there. But as a bright model base, we need to move from not just sympathy and wanting to help, but you need to ensure that they can actually have becoming an independent children. Okay, they have the potential to succeed in their life, not just academic but also how to survive outside there, especially when their parents are died. Okay, they rely on siblings. So these are the things that we need to look. And also from this statistic in 2017, okay, I can read just at the left of this slide. About 50% of respondents don't want to live in the same neighborhood as someone with a mental disability. So these are the stigma that exists. And 90% don't mind living with someone with a physical disability. So now you have some of the stigmatized between physical and mental disabilities. Okay, physical, no problem, we can live together. But for mental disabilities, the stigmatization is there. Okay, next, less than 25% will accept their child dating someone with mental disability, and 70% don't mind if their child went out with someone with physical disabilities. Again, the stigma between physical and mental disabilities, where they have a larger gap there. Okay, 70% is okay, but 25%, only less than 25% will accept if their child date with someone with mental disabilities, especially those who are suffer bipolar, schizo, and the others. So the stigma is still there. And last but not least, 87% won't accept their child marry someone with a mental disability, and 60% won't mind if their child married someone with physical disability. So there are still stigma that most people, majority Malaysian, they still accept someone with physical disabilities, unlike those with mental disabilities. So when you can see from this statistic, it shown what? It shows that most people in Malaysia accept the what we call as the visible disabilities. Majority is fine with physical one, but they still have the higher stigma from those who are having mental disabilities. So from this statistic, even though it was being surveyed in 2017, but it is crucial and even it is relevant until today to know there is still a gap about how society views about people with disabilities in Malaysia. Okay, this is a statistic for PWD in Malaysia from the Manis portal. Okay, so this is in Malay language. So what I can see from the statistic, now there are larger number of what we call as those with learning disabilities or masalah pembelajaran here, where there's significant increase below the physical disabilities, where you have 242,000 and 247,000 who are physical. So from this, we only have 685,000 people who are disabled. The data is from until last February, right? So these are the numbers of people with disabilities in Malaysia. We have 600,000, and of course 600,000 is still a small number. Okay, now we expect we have 15 or 16% of the number who are disabled. Okay, unfortunately, Okay, the number has been increased but not significant as the others. So we are now having 30 million, 32 million. So we are expecting 4 or 5 millions of Malaysians are people with disability. Unfortunately, only 685,000 register and having card OKU or the PWD card. Okay, so when you are talking about PWD card, of course, you need to understand that PWD also requires recognition, same as Malaysian citizen. And of course, the law has given the recognition status for people with disability. And now in academic field, that's why we have now very important subject of disability law. Okay, disability has been emerged as a distinct and dynamic field. Okay, whereas the disability has gender has been proposed or being committed via the Treaty of UNCRPD. And because of this, after 2000, 2006 7, now we have a larger study or segment that we want to know more about how disability studies relate with law, and it formulate new rights and reformulate to extend this human rights into disability studies. Okay, in the UNCRPD there are some of the new convention that exist. Okay, for example, article 9 we discuss about accessibility. Okay, unlike other convention, accessibility has become the paramount rights are being given for PWD. Okay, article 18, 19 we have 19, of course, we have the independent living concept. This is a concept that applicable for PWD if they want to interact with society. The idea of independent living, okay, to ensure that they will interact with others, they can live on their own. And of course, the other rights that newly introduced in CRPD is that legal capacity, whereas everyone has the right to their body and to enter into legal relationship with others. Okay, of course, with the some of the informed consent issues and also the issues to access their capacity by their guardianship, so on and so forth. So these are all the rights that actually requires further attention in future. Okay, and even in the CRPD also discuss that disability is considered as an evolving concept. So when you are saying disability is an evolving concept, it requires a better understanding from time to time. Okay, so this is the Malaysian law. Okay, Malaysian law for PWD. So I don't want to give such a legal jargon to deal with all the provision, but of course, Malaysia, we are as state parties to the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Okay, at the same time, we also commit with our regional plan, like we have insurance strategy, and also currently we have Jakarta Declaration on ASEAN and Pacific Decade for persons with disabilities. And all of these regional plans are really the manifest of the UNCRPD. Okay, so that's at the regional and international level. Of course, at our domestic level, we have what we call as Persons with Disabilities Act. Okay, this is the first act in 2007 and enforced in July 2008 that recognized PWD as Malaysia. You have the card OKU. Okay, that recognize your right, and is was what we call as right-based act. It includes institution, for National Council for PWD. We have PWD developments under the government agencies, and then we also right of PWD education, employment, registration, rehabilitation, health, and the others. So this PWD has given certain rights are being recognized under the law. Okay, for PWD, health, education, employment, okay, and then access to social services, right? And then we also discuss about many other rights in terms of assistance during humanitarian emergency situation, right? And to support the government's plan, that's why we have National Policy and Action Plan for PWD, which is based on the Incheon strategy at first one, and then now they are planned for the new decade for the Jakarta Declaration. So we might have a new action plan for PWD that signifies from the strategy that actually the continuation from the Incheon strategy. So these are some part of Malaysian law and policy when it comes to PWD, disabled people in Malaysia. Okay. So everyone, this is some of the related disability service. Okay, of course, the most important one under the card OKU under Section 25 of the PWD Act 2008, registration for PWD. So I do encourage all students, please get your card OKU, register with the JKM, and you will enjoy most of the benefits. There are more than 30 benefits that can be given to you. Okay, and of course when you register the card OKU, it's very important for the government to get the data. Okay, and that this data is very important to prepare for facilities and with the special needs. Okay, government school special education, PPKI, and the rest. It's very important effort by government to ensure all categories of children will get better education. Okay, and then the highest body to decide on PWD matters, we have National Council for Disabled. Okay, or in Malay term Majlis Kebangsaan OKU. And of course, we are happy to have Associate Professor Dr. Roslinda Alias as one of the member of National Council for Disabled, and she is responsible to advise the government on matters pertaining to PWD. Okay, so it's good. We have a representative from UITM at the national level in the National Council for the Disabled People. Okay, and there are various programs that promote or that uphold the rights of PWD under the law. Of course, we have job coach, employment for PWD. The program is to becoming a bridge between the employer and employee, especially those who are disabled and they have their job coach. Okay, and then to create awareness on PWD, you need to have disability equality training. Okay, now we have besides DET, we have also DAST. Okay, that specifically to cater the society, the service. Okay, training DAST, right? And then we also have the community rehabilitation program PDK at community level. Okay, so in every community, in every district, you have PDK to ensure that this PWD can get to access the facilities for the PWD. Again, and of course, in our government, we have registration status and registration PWD placement system, SPOKU. Okay, it's very important for the government agency to gather everyone, okay, to ensure that they will have a solid data. Okay, because the under the new Jakarta Declaration, they stress the importance for the government agencies to standardize, to engage with the data, because now during for the current trend, of course, with the artificial intelligence, with all the data mining, it's very important to have the data management for the PWD. So with this kind of data management, it will assist the government and other agencies to provide better service for PWD. Okay, so I move to the next one. Okay, the issues and challenges. Okay, there are a lot of issues and challenges are being facing by disabled people. This is the graphic about disabling work. So when you observe this disabling work, so most of these issues are actually exist not just in Malaysia but also in other countries as well. Okay, you have media stigmatization. Okay, in Malaysia, recently we are discussing about which term is suit for PWD. Okay, the official one, the legal term we use orang kurang upaya or persons with disabilities. But some parent, they even propose to the government to change it to persons with different disabilities or orang kelainan upaya. So these are some of the sensational issues, the media stigmatization, which term that they want to use in order to represent PWD. All right, and then of course there are some issues about how they use PWD as to get the attention from the others as well. So these are some issues and concern about PWD. Okay, and then of course the most important one, inaccessible transport, building and housing. Okay, of course we are facing with difficulties because not most of our buildings are not accessible. Okay, but I think for the new building now, they have tried to improve from time to time based on MS 1184 and all the guidance to improve the building, housing, and also transportation system. Okay, so we need to improve that from time to time. Okay, especially to cater the the old building, whether this building has a proper mechanism to include disabled friendly accessible facilities. Okay, that's in terms of building and housing. Okay, the third one is lack of autonomy and inclusion. This is for the personal views of PWD, whether they get the right to make their decision, especially about their if let's say they want to get a job, they want to prepare for a will, they want to have a contractual obligation. Okay, so they are lack in terms of autonomy and inclusion. Of course, we need to have a proper law to deal with their legal capacity, to deal with how we want to engage with their guardianship. Okay, the preparation of will, for example, these are some issues that we need to look into. Okay, next, number 4, we are discuss about multiple and intersection discrimination. This is also another concern because when you are talking about disability, you cannot neglect the other factors that lead to intersect discrimination. For example, women with disabilities. There are women with disabilities, they also have the problem or the issues related when they are born, when about the reproductive rights, and when they have a babies or kid with disabilities. So the issue of discriminations has become intersect. Okay, they are also facing the difficulties when they want to marriage, for example, they want to separate with their partner spouse. So these are some concern when we are involved intersection on the issue of disability. And of course, if we are dealing with issue of disability and poverty also, okay, disability and indigenous people, these are also the multiple and intersection discrimination that been facing by this group. Okay, next, social and political structure. This is also very important. So now with the existence of CRPD, it's very important for the CSO, the DPO to engage with the society. Okay, in terms of how you want to represent to the government to highlight your concern, because currently, of course, you have lots of NGO that represent PWD, but the government, the authority didn't know who they want to hear to. Okay, so this is something for the PWD to ensure how they want to have a proper social and political structure. Okay, whether you want to join politics, whether you want to join as a local council members, okay, or maybe they are under the as a public servants to ensure that their rights are being upheld at the government level, at the social and political structure. Okay, currently we have one senator that represent PWD, Senator Asayah Jacob, who is represent PWD at the House of Senate. Okay, and of course we need to have more representative, especially at our House of Representative, at our state level, at our local council, in order to address the concern relate to the PWD. Okay, next, we also need to know the issues about segregated education. Okay, the idea of segregated education is very important because some parents don't want to for their kids to involve in activities in schools. They are not recognized that their child also disabled, they need further attention. So these are also some issues in education that we need to deal, how to maximize the potential of this kid. Okay, even though they are under PPKI, they are under inclusive, they are under also this program. So how we want to ensure that this kid are actually given opportunity to show their potential. Okay, next, of course, employment barriers when they are entering working sector, how we want to assist them when they are having problems with their employers, how we want to engage if they are having issues or disturbance in working, right? So these are some of the employment barriers that they need to engage. Okay, of course, the issue related to how, let's say, if they want to have self-employment, okay, they want to involve, like for example, when we are talking about blind, okay, they want to involve in the massage sector, they want to becoming telephone operator. So these are also some issues and some concern about the employment barriers, okay, especially during last COVID, how we want to make a proper plan for those who are suffered of not getting their job. Okay, and last but not least, the idea on prejudice attitude, prejudice attitude in terms of society at large, because people still view disabled as a separate group. Okay, they cannot see disabled as something that also exists in their mind and also in their body. So this is the prejudice attitude that we need to change. We need to ensure that our society will educate the importance of disability inclusion within society in order to clear or to avoid such the prejudice attitude. So that's why I said, when we want to talk about disability, we need to talk about inclusion. We need also to be considered as it is a part of human experience. Disability is a part of human experience. We cannot ensure that we will be fit until the end of our life, maybe due to aging society, okay, due to the technology innovation, people will become more disabled. So that's why I said to everyone, disability is a human experience. We need to recognize that human experience will enrich our personal experience as well. Okay, so these are the issues and challenges that facing PWD. This is what I want make a circle there. So these issues are actually the issues that for everyone. Okay, we are talking about nothing about us without us, but now the trend has been moved to what we call as nothing without us. So nothing without us means that in every single aspect of life, you need to include people with disabilities in all single aspect of life. All right, so I think I will conclude my presentation, and then we can have a short Q&A after this. So of course, Malaysia has a proper legal framework on disability. We have all the act, national action plan. Okay, but how about the implementation? So this is some issues that I engage with the government and also the CSO, the civil society organization, is how you want to create the awareness, how you want to ensure about the implementation of law, especially at the local council level. What caught me most interest, most of these disabled issues are actually at the local council level. For example, in terms of accessible to building, okay, and then we are talking about the traffic, transport. So all of these at the third tier of our government. So how we want to ensure our local council are responsive to the implementation of laws related to disability. Okay, the town like Kuala Lumpur, like Petaling Jaya, they have represented by at least one local council from disabled community. But how about those who are in rural? Okay, those are at the state level. So we need to have this representation to ensure they can implement the laws properly. Okay, next, how to mainstream disability issues. When you are talking about mainstreaming disabilities issue, is how you want to put disabled issue as a mainstream one. Okay, we always discuss about child abuse, women who are being violated by the husband, by the others. But what about disabled issues, right? And of course, the issues, the recent one of the um, kid with autism who are being murdered is something that hit the society at all. So we need to think further how we want to mainstream disability issues to become one of our national agenda. And to continue that, of course, we need to have a proper engagement with various stakeholders. Okay, we cannot neglect government, we cannot neglect the CSO, we cannot neglect individual. So we need to engage every single aspect of our society. And when we engage Of course, we need to know, we need to have our empathy, we need to understand how the system works, because some people, they are just trying to put a pressure without understanding what are the issues around them. So it's very crucial to engage with everyone to uphold the rights. Okay, and then coalition for PWD, nothing without us. This is my, I consider this is a new mantra, that if you want to include PWD, is nothing without us. Means that in all aspect of life, we need to include disabled. We need to engage with the discussion about disability issues in society. So when we engage with them, so we won't be left behind, and our society can improve from time to time, like the developed nation. Even in developed countries also, they have a lot of issues that deal with PWD. And last but not least, I just want to highlight the importance of education and awareness to our society. This is a continuous effort made at not just at university level, but also at the society level, on how we want to and to educate and create awareness to the society on disability issues. Okay, so these are some of the reference I use, okay, for this presentation. Okay, I try to merge between law and also the current situation that involve PWD. Okay, I think that's it for my presentation. So you can email me if you have any queries, any talks, and I'm happy to share with you my opinion on the issues related to disability in Malaysia and also at large segment of society. Okay, so with that, I think I will end my presentation for today. So I have maybe 2 or 3 minutes for any question and answer. So back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor, for a great explanation just now. But unfortunately, we have to cut it short. And seems like we have been discussing this matter for about an hour. So, as Doctor can see, we have these questions by Mai Era. How was Malaysia progress in promoting accessible and inclusions for individuals with disabilities, and what are the challenges that still need to be addressed, Doctor?
All right. Okay, Mali. Okay, so how much we are progress? Of course, we are progressing a lot. Okay, we are progressing a lot. Actually, we have a lot of guidance. If you read MS 1184 accessibility and inclusion, I think all the buildings are now are being equipped with facility that consider disabled friendly. But of course, when we are discussing about promoting accessibility and inclusion, it is a long term process. Okay, we cannot stop at all. So we need to continue how to improve, in terms of improve the guidance, in terms of addressing the needs for the society, the authorities, and as I said, educate the society. So what I can say, we are improving. Okay, I'm not saying it's a perfect one. Okay, like the developed nation, but we are actually still in a process of improving ourselves. So that's why I say it's very important to highlight these issues to the media, to the public, and also to the society at large, to improve our accessibility and facility. I think, can I go and answer the other question? I can see that. Is it okay, moderator, to address this another question?
More than enough, Doctor. More than enough.
All right. So
Okay.
the second one by Amira. How does Malaysia align disability rights work with national convention and standard? Yes, you need to know Malaysia is a state party to the CRPD. Of course, we are actually part of the international community. So we are in line with them. But of course, everything is not fast as what we are thinking about. Okay, we need to have a better plan and strategies. Okay, because we need to consider our country is a developing country, so there are maybe hiccups there and there, but at the international level we are there actually. All right, can I move to the next one?
I believe this is the last question for Doctor today.
Okay, how does Malaysia, okay, how does Malaysia relate with your accessibility? Okay, okay, so I wrap up everything here, right? This is all
Okay.
PhD and information. Of course, in our government, we have the you need what we call as CKP OKU. You can go to that Facebook page that actually give and provides information pertaining to disabled people in Malaysia. Okay, because Malaysia government has made a lot of effort to ensure the information accessible for PWD. Okay, in terms of information about government's policy, action plan, and so on. So I would like to suggest, Cairo Najiha, you can observe the CKP OKU Facebook page to have more ideas about how we are dealing with issue on information to the PWD. All right. So I think 3 p.m. sharp at 3.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I want to express my deepest gratitude to our guest of honor for joining us today, Dr. Iqmal, on the incredible, fruitful and knowledgeable collaborations. So let us give together a warm applause for Dr. Iqmal for this occasion. Thank you so much, Doctor, for joining. Thank you. Tujuh Doctor. Tujuh
Okay.
Tujuh
Okay.
Doctor.
Bila tu. Okay. That's okay. Is it? Okay. Okay.
All right.
Boleh. Okay.
Section to Umar.
Thank you, Ms. Abigail, and also Dr. Iqbal, for the last session. I really hope that all these three sessions will help all the participants in opening their eyes regarding disabilities and inclusion among students from different countries. So we do know that our participants still have a few questions actually on the legal frameworks from Dr. Iqbal. However, due to time constraint, we have to end our session now. So from the committee, we would like to apologize for any shortcoming during the handling of our event. And also, we would like to thank you for active participation from the participants in the YouTube comment section and also from the WebEx, from our participants from China. And before we end our session for today, let us have a short photo session together. We could invite Puan Juliana if Puan Juliana is here. All right. Everyone is ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, again. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And with that, thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Don't forget to scan the attendance and feedback form that will be shown after this. Thank you, everyone. See you.